All right. For sure, finishing the dodges today, as well as maybe just going through. Probably going to go back through and clean up some of the old stuff as well, but it should be wrapped on dodges today, and I'll probably have enough time to sneak in the shield block. The shield block pose. Hey, Felix. I'm just gonna finish. I'm still trying to finish up the dodges. I didn't get as far as I wanted to yesterday. Can you do emotes? Yeah, emotes are gonna be at the end, like way down at the end, after we're done making basically making the game, because emotes don't do anything in the game besides being fun. They don't like we want to make sure to get all the gameplay stuff in, so we're not going to burn up any time doing emotes yet. Sorry, dashes, yes. Yeah, it's just because you're looking at it from the frame, from a wide, from a tight frame. It's not too bad. It's actually only 3 meters. You plan on doing any more Roblox animations? Are you able to get sound and audio into it as well? Hmm. Yeah, that is always one of the big questions that we gotta. Oh, I see. Yeah, you gotta do it in like a Resolve or something. Hmm. Let me think about it. Let me think. Because I always have problems trying to find things to animate as well too. Like I'm kind of just playing around. What kind of stuff did you like? You liked obviously some action stuff, right? I mean, you had sort of a bike kind of chasing the car. Maybe you have a an action sequence where it's like a car chase, like out of a movie. Yeah, so sometimes what I like to do if I'm really stuck for an idea, one fun thing I like to do is like take a like a 5 second clip from a movie and just kind of animate the dialogue from that. But maybe what you could potentially do is kind of like recreate a scene from a movie or something like that using Roblox and try to like match the timing and the cuts and the angles and stuff. Like your favorite think about your favorite action movie and then try to like kind of recreate your favorite action movie moments. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta take my chicken out of the oven. Nice, dude. Yeah. I even got music now. How you doing, Hassar? Your chill evening will be complete with music now. Let me know if you guys are having any issues hearing it or you want me to turn it up or turn it down. I'm keeping it really low, kind of very, very ambient in the background. I was taking my chicken out of my oven, Keelix. Sometimes you got to do a little bit of multitasking while you stream, I suppose. You can't hear the music. Ah, I have it muted. My bad, guys. What's that? There we go. There you go. You guys are helping my stream always. What kind of music do I listen to? Everything, really. I mean, genuinely everything. My main go-to music is usually like classic rock or hip hop. I guess you could call it classic hip hop now. Oof, I feel so old. But 90s hip hop. Right? But when it comes to rock and roll, I like stuff coming from like the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. Well, actually, I like rock music of all ages, but I seem to gravitate to the sound of the 60s. So I listen to a lot of Brit bands from like English rock bands from the 60s, like Led Zeppelin and The Who, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, that kind of stuff. A bit louder. All right, nudged it up. Let me know if that's... Felix, I'm not sure what the 67th. Yeah, I just wanted something a little bit more neutral, just something a little bit more kind of groove with a gentle beat so that it's just not too overwhelming. So fix these legs because these are awful. What kind of music are you listening to, Hussar? Felix, I'm not too sure what Gardic. Why is the music like Gardic? I'm not too sure what Gardic is. It's... Like I said, I'm trying to keep it quiet so it's not too overwhelming. And it is, I think, hip hop inspired. Well, at least it says hip hop lo-fi. It's sort of the genre that it seems to be drawing from. I don't know. Oops. I've never played that before. Sounds like it could be interesting. found an AI Minecraft. You can train it to do parkour, and it can do parkour. And it can actually do parkour. That's pretty cool. Can you like record it to do like? Oh wait, no, I was thinking Roblox. Never mind. Well, there you go. Maybe there's another video for your for your animation, right? A character that runs around a city kind of doing parkour. Maybe he's being chased by bad guys of some sort. I don't know. No, I got confused. I thought we were nothing. Never mind. I got confused. No, I was thinking what you could do with your animation is you could animate parkour. A character doing parkour like your Roblox animation. Right now I'm using the Wacom Cintiq. In terms of a tablet, I have an Apple iPad, uh, like a super old one though. Uh, yeah. There's much debate about what it's actually called. Is it Wacom or Wacom? I don't know. I think they kind of like people arguing about it though, so the company itself never actually does anything to clarify which it is. Yes, this is feeling much better. So every single time you see me on stream, I'm using the Cintiq. The iPad, I use the iPad just to sketch every now and then. Yeah, the iPad was mainly for painting and drawing and stuff. So yeah, I don't do it. That's just I carry it around with me and I doodle and do cafe drawings and stuff like that. Not nearly as much as I used to. I haven't done it in a long time. Since before 2020, probably. I've just been focusing on this as sculpting, so I guess my primary tool is this thing, this Cintiq. So I'm going to take a short break. I'll be right back. I wonder if I can preserve this. I'm wondering if I could just cheat the entire. No, I think it's fundamentally different. Okay. Except I'm going to the right now. Yes, I do. I have this condo all to myself. Yeah, I decided to go and block them out a bit more, and the physics of it are a little bit different. Plus, I'm trying to in my brain, I'm trying to keep in mind the fact that left has to blend with the back, and that back, so the back dash has to blend with both of these animations. So I've been trying to keep that in mind. But yeah, these are taking a little bit longer than I expected them to. That's okay though, because they look pretty cool. So. No, probably not. I'll get the shield block up today. But luckily, well, I don't know. I don't want to say how long the combat animations are going to take. But, there's basically there's 2 different combos, each with the 2 hits and a finish. And then I got to do the block, kind of like the block pose for the shield. So I'm hoping to get to finish this piece, the right dodge or the right dash, and then get the shield block kind of pose working. No, that will just be one animation. I think I gotta have to test it out because it's gonna require pose blending, like animation blending in Unreal. So I think I just have to get the shield pose up, and so basically I'm just telling Unreal not to use the clavicle, the shoulder, and the forearm in a different use a different blueprint, or sorry, a different animation on top of the current animation. It could get confusing. It's an animation blend where I can basically have control of just the left arm or wherever the shield is, and then use that as a pose. Yeah. The only problem is it doesn't necessarily animate. So if I want a really, really, really super clean blend, yes, I would have to animate it in a blended. I would have to animate a version with the shield kind of in the block position, which I'm probably not going to do. Yeah. Because I'm going to have to do basically all of these animations again for a spear or a 2-handed weapon. And of course, there's a difference between a 2-handed sword and a 2-handed hammer and a spear, right? So I think I could get away with like a big long hammer and a big long spear, or like a staff or something like that. I can probably create an archetype or an archetype of animation for just those. But then the 2-handed sword, because it's more kind of, you stack your hands more, that position is going to have to change too. So I mean, it might be just a measure of animating the 2-handed stuff with different arm pose. I don't know. I don't intend on him getting a shield any bigger than this, only because it's gonna Again, the more I keep adding, the more animation gets added on top. So I add, you know, a great shield. Now I got to animate everything around a great shield, right? Because it will not work. Because right now this is like a medium-sized. I don't even know what you would call this shield, but the scale of it is as big as I can get without having to readjust poses, right? If I use a great shield, these poses will not work. Because with the great shield, he's gonna have to be forward a bit more. Because those great shields are meant to be planted into the ground, and then you kind of firmly pick a defensive position, right? Like it's a grounded position. You don't expect a lot of mobility out of a great shield. Magic is one thing that we're still the world is open to it. So like the world we're crafting has room for magic. I just don't know if we want specifically to do the hero to be able to cast magic. Only because we're also, I mean, it could be that we might drop the guns altogether, or maybe what we do is we, instead of magic, you're doing you're using the guns, right? So yeah, that's right now I mean, if you think of it like think of it very much like Valheim. We want to have just basically the core components, and then they kind of just get stronger as you use them, right? So yeah, it's tough to say. Skill wise, again, it's one of those things. If the combat feels kind of tight and really good as it is, then we're probably not going to add too many skills, because the weapons are effectively the different kinds of skills that you'll be using. So and that additional animation as well too for skills. So I don't know. As of right now, there are no planned skills per se. Any differences in animation or skills will be attached to a weapon. Hey, Zam. Do you ever find yourself with animation data that, for example, are between X and Y axis? It feels very cluttered. Yes, I find data between X and Y axes all the time. It feels very cluttered when this happens. I'm new. Yeah. So there's a quick way to filter out. One thing I like to do is if you select one, the way I have the blender set up right now is it ghosts anything that's not selected, and it can't be selected. Right, so this is an easy setting inside of Blender. If you go to the Blender Edit Preferences and go to Animation, scrub all the way down to the bottom, and then there's a couple of checks. I check all of these. This will be an option called Only Show Selected F Curve Keyframes. And then make sure you do the unselected opacity and crank it down. I go to 0.25, but up to you. And so basically inside here, your kind of outliner for your graph editor, when you have one selected, so if let's say I said I want to look at the Z axis, or the Z axis here, it will highlight the Z axis and then ghost down everything else, so you can't really see it, right? And then one more way to clean up the editor is go into View, okay, and then go to Only Selected Keyframe Handles. Okay, so if you don't do that, you get all the handles, and it starts to look really, really busy like this, right? And it becomes unmanageable, right? Because you don't know what you're selecting. You can select handles by accident, and handles do awkward things. So I say View only on selected handles. Selected, yeah. So you grab that, and you can do that. And I want to filter down to the Z-axis. And then one little cool thing is if you have multiple selections, this is huge. Let's say you want to do rotate Y on multiple selections. You have to basically go Y, and then you got to filter down to your selections. So it's Y space EU. That's enough to filter it out to all of your Ys. Just remember, you got to select them in the channel before you can actually start manipulating the keys. Yeah, Hussar, we're definitely doing. I'm reluctant to say we're gonna steal the entire system from Valheim, but when we originally conceived the idea, we're trying to think of ways to get the player to engage in the system, right? So one of the things that I found that was that some players sometimes they don't engage with is the food system unless there's something that there's a pressing matter, right? Or at least unless there's a system connected to it. Right, so unless you, like for example in DayZ, if you don't eat you die, right? So you're forced to connect with it, whereas I don't necessarily want you to die if you don't eat in my game. It's more like you're gonna get a buff, so it encourages you to use it, right? So just like in Valheim, when you eat, depending on the tier of food, you're gonna get additional stamina, right? And then the way the stamina works is as you use it, you'll have a pool of stamina, and that pool of stamina depletes over time. In order to replenish it completely, you have to eat. But within that pool of stamina as well, let's say it's 0 to 100, it requires stamina to be used to, let's say, swing an axe or do actions. So stamina management becomes a thing. So, but you basically, your pool of management is going to be in flux. So if you're fully rested and you've eaten, you have a full 100% pool of mana. But if, let's say, you run out of food and you're trying to make your way back to base, and then you encounter a really big monster, well, then now we put up lots of little pressures on the player. Okay, you don't have food, right? You could fight it, but you might run out of stamina, and then if you die, you lose all your stuff, right? So, we want to keep introducing additional layers of decision making, more little bits of. They're all minor ones, right? But when you stack up all the little minor decisions that you make, it makes to completely changing the outcome. So there's a food meter and a water meter will be ticking away. And once those hit 0, your life starts to tick away, right? So that kind of stuff. Zam, I think Zam, did I miss your follow? No. Sorry, Lol Rob. I missed your follow. Thanks for the follow, brother. I appreciate it. Zam, yes, I do know what you mean. So there's a couple of things that you might want to check. I don't know exactly what you're animating, but you'll need to check that the bones in your rigs are oriented correctly, because there's a base rotation built into them. So if they're not aligned to the world axis, you might get some awkward movements, right? That means, so you will, if you grab, let's say your translate X, you won't be moving it directly on translate X, right? Because it takes its own kind of values, especially if it's parented down into a rig or something like that. So double check those things if that's what you're having problems with, where you're grabbing the X, but it's not quite moving exactly on the X axis. Alternatively, if you're talking about isolating your movement inside the graph editor, when you do a selection like this, you can do grab. So when you do grab, it basically allows, or the G, you hit the G. I just remember it because I nicknamed it grab. which I think is probably correct. But it allows you to move this anywhere you want. You have free two-dimensional movement of this thing. To lock down the axis, you hit G, right, to grab the key. And then if you want it to move only on the value or the Y axis, you hit Y. And now I can only move it. No matter where my mouse is in the X value, it will only pick up the Y. Similarly, if I want to do X, I hit X, and I can only use the X value, right? Or the time value. And then right click will cancel. In terms of, so I'm not 100% sure what you mean. Easy to go up and down with Z, but it's hard to go diagonal between X and Y. I mean, the other thing, I try not to spend if you're watching me animate, you can see I spend a lot of time in the graph editor, but I'm not thinking too much about how to get it to move, right? It's more, when I'm in the graph editor, I'm mostly in between. So I have the next pose already set up. So all I'm really trying to do is describe from one pose to the next pose. And obviously the more poses you have in there, the more descriptive the animation is, but you run the risk of making it becoming very poppy. Like it just judders and jitters all over the place, which is kind of normal once you transition from blocking into splining your animation or in betweening your animation. But I'm not exactly sure what you mean by diagonally. So that's why I'm thinking maybe it's you're having an issue with a bone alignment problem. That could be what's causing awkward diagonal movements. But typically speaking, these things lock to an axis, right? And if you're talking about rotations, then it's the rotation is about how it's sorted through here. So Z becomes I think I tried to demo this the other day, and I don't think I succeeded. Yes. So it's always the last letter in this rotation order. Okay, so you see how you see XYZ Euler, XZY, YXZ. These are all the different combinations of Euler. So basically, all you really have to know is that Z, the last letter, is the anchoring axis, right? So if you move that axis, it's going to change potentially. So I'll show you here. So you can see if I rotate here, you'll see my Z axis never moves, right? If I rotate this, see the Z axis stays on in the same spot. The reason is this is a mathematical phenomenon, right? In order to calculate rotation, we have to get a Z. One of the axes has to be anchored so that we can see. There's a really cool video actually of one of the astronauts demonstrating gimbal flipping, right? So it's what we call a gimbal lock. This is a mathematical phenomenon. In order to calculate rotation on X and Y, we have to anchor down Z. And the problem is if you added rotation on Z, specifically a 180 degrees, or in this case, you're in Y. So if you look at Y, what happens to the red axis? So just keep an eye on that red axis. Wait. Am I doing this right? Oh, no, I'm doing. Yeah. So you see how that red axis slowly starts to come into contact until bang, they're right on top of it. Now unfortunately Blender doesn't know which axis to use, right? So this is a common issue in 3D, and you just have to understand how to parent, like all the parenting settings that are going to be there. So there's also additional controls that allow you for additional rotations, yada yada yada. So I don't know if this is helping answer your anything or if I've just gone off on a completely different tangent. Okay, so you have a graph editor to clean up in between, maybe making lead and drag, moving holes. Yeah, so for the lead and drag, that's for me, it's really in the posing, right? So I reserve most. I do fix motion in the graph editor. I do some moving holds. Just by nudging some keys in there, just to get the pixels to shimmer. So when you're looking at the play blast, it doesn't just freeze off. Just because computers have 3D animation has a really static feel if you don't give it a little bit of a moving hold. Yeah, I mean, I would. A lot of it is the pose is going to be your posing, right? So the more thorough you are with the posing, the less you're going to have to think about in terms of like, oh, what axis do I have to rotate here? What axis or what what axis do I have to, or what plane do I have to move objects on? Just because you've kind of built it into the poses, right? So yes, I use really the graph editor to clean up and smooth out the animation, and as well as really to push any particular timing bits that I want, right? So yeah, I mean, it's tough to say what I like, because I use the graph editor throughout my process. So it's not like, oh, I only use it for this. Sometimes I want to very tweak the minutia of a pose, and rather than going in and grabbing an axis, I would rather just go into the graph editor and zoom right down to like a 0.000 detail, and then move it so you can barely see it moving in the viewport, right? But it's doing something. Rather, it's that usually is like finger stuff and just adding little bits of and noise and movement and stuff like that inside your animation. But yes, clean up. I don't do much posing in the graph editor, but I definitely do clean up. I also clean up arcs and stuff like that in the graph editor, but I lay out the basic arc when I block, right? So if you the example I give is I throw the baseball. So I have my beginning pose, my antic, my my throw, my overshoot, right? And then the back to whatever, I guess the pitching thing to settle. But after I got all that, then I go and find poses that need to be broken down. So the throw itself needs to be broken down, and that's where my arc appears in the arm, right? That's where the major change in arc, the changing timing, the lead and follow, the antic, you'll have the shoulder driving, right? And then your breakdown, it's that lead and follow is transferred to your elbow, around your elbow area towards your wrist as the ball leaves contact from your hand, right? And it probably stays in the wrist and is slowly kind of working back to your shoulder as you overshoot, right? And then as you settle, it drives with the shoulder and then settles back into the hip. So what are you looking to do specifically character animation? And there's nothing wrong with using the dope sheet. I've been getting more comfortable in the dope sheet because Blender's the way Blender's is set up is actually very more kind of intuitive in terms of, because I used to use Maya, so a lot of how I work is a workflow that I'm bringing in from Maya, which is not necessarily the best way to work in Blender, but it is a way to get stuff done. So I work, but my workflow is slowly changing the more I use Blender. So yeah, if you're yes, mostly human characters with full body mechanics. I animated a judo flip an other day, but I want to work on fundamentals. Get them to lift up a heavy box. One of the first things I look for when I hire animators, when I was hiring animators in studios, is, can you convey a sense of weight, right? Because a character when you do things, there's weight behind it, right? And the simplest way to convey weight is to get a box and a bowling ball, something that weighs about 15 to I'd say I don't know how strong you are, but don't go crazy. Uh, I would say anywhere 20 to 30 pounds, right? And lift it up yourself and get a sense of that. Okay. So number one, try get weight. Number two, make sure you shoot reference for it. Okay. Don't skip this phase, right? It's the difference between shooting reference and trying to animate on your own. The improvement speed is, we're talking the difference of years. Okay. I know animators that always, there's some people that just, I don't know if they're lazy, they don't believe in it, or whatever their opinion is on the subject, they don't improve as quickly if you do not shoot reference. Shoot reference. You have no excuse. You have a phone. Go and stand in front of your phone and pick up something heavy and just animate that, right? And then you start learning how to exaggerate it, right? You can start cartooning, right? But I think the important thing is to understand the timing and the sense of weight, right? And then you can add the big, super stretchy, I'm lifting up a giant boulder, like a Sisyphus animation, trying to push a ball up, to push a boulder up a hill or something like that. You can start to learn how to exaggerate those things for animation, right? Or you could go the other direction and start leaning into the more realistic timing. But those are the things that usually, yeah, I'm a 100% believer in reference until you're comfortable animating and understand how kind of body mechanics work. Just because it's impossible for you to imagine all of the things that your body does. Like the first thing that people think when you're walking is your like, for example, when you're seated, your feet are very active. They move, they pivot, they slide, they do all sorts of things, right? And you just don't think of that when you're thinking about how to move something, because you think, well, if it's here and I'm just shifting weight, then the feet shouldn't move. It should just pretty much stay glued to the ground. But that's not how feet work, right? They're subtle little shifts, little rolls. Sometimes you slide up onto the side. Things you just, I can't even describe it to you because you need to shoot the reference and you'll see, oh, I didn't realize I even did that, right? And then you pick up that stuff, and then all of a sudden, that's what makes your animation really start to sing, right? Is you start picking up all those little juicy details. The way I like to approach this, it's a little different for games because this is big gesture animation, but when we're talking, if you're trying to look for more performative stuff, you know, like you're doing a dialogue piece. For me, animation, when it comes to performance, happens at the points where nothing is happening, right? Can you keep that character alive even if it's not delivering any dialogue, right? Or if it's not expected to do anything, right? There's like a keep alive. Sometimes it's just a little. A lot of animators will reach for the butt scratch. So you'll see this very tropey things happen in like Disney animations, for example. They'll do a butt scratch. Almost every character in a Disney animation will at some point scratch their butt, right? Because it's just a clever way to keep, they'll do some kind of scratch, right? They scratch themselves at some point, right? And now, for me, it's a little bit tropey, so I stay away from butt scratches and scratchy. Oh, he's doing a little scratch while he's just doing nothing. I don't like doing that because everybody does that. But the reason it works is because it adds life, right? Without being motivated necessarily. They're like little nuances, or like I'm gonna reach for my phone, but my first contact. My first time I plant my hand on the phone isn't a nice complete contact, so I have to make an additional adjustment in order to pick it up, right? That's the kind of stuff if you shoot reference, you start to pick up those things. Whereas animators that don't shoot reference, right? They need to pick up a rigging phone, right? What happens? Their hand lands perfectly on the phone. Their fingers curl perfectly around the receiver or whatever, or their cell phone, right? And it perfectly lands to their ear, and they start talking in perfect synchronization. And that's when it's like, it's not that you're not good at animation. You're not picking up all the little nuances that make something feel alive, right? That's what makes things feel alive, is that you've got to convey thought process. But the simplest way to do that first is to pick up weight. is to show that you can pick up weight and get something to feel really heavy in animation, right? So when I say 15 to 20 pounds, you're actually animating in a cartoon. And if it's cartoon, you're animating 50 pounds. If it's real life, yeah, you're looking at about 15 to 30 pounds. Yes, reference is God. Sorry, I don't want to get religious. Reference is king, right? It is the thing that, like I said, that will dictate your success as an animator. If you just shoot animation or shoot reference, just shoot reference, and then if you know how to, there's some great tutorials how to load references right directly into Blender, so you can play a little animation, all of your things, or you could even lay it right down as an image plane inside of your viewport, and then you can even rotoscope it if you feel so inclined. That all techniques that are valid, right? Some people are going to, oh, rotoscoping's cheap. I'm just like, well, mocap is cheap, right? We use the tools that we have at our disposal to get the best quality that we can with the time that we're given. And sometimes that means, hey, I don't have time to go and dissect every little bit of nuance thing because my clients need something to get something back. So in those cases, yeah, I'll slap down an image plane and I'll roto out and block, and I'll still clean up later on my own because you're never going to get a perfect roto match move just like that. I mean, there are people that specialize in doing match moves, but most of the time, I think computers are now starting to take over match moving stuff. So, but there's plenty to be learned by stealing or by putting your rig right on top of the image plane and trying to copy the animation one-to-one, right, like that. There's plenty of things to learn. And then of course get a copy of the Animator Survival Kit. It's, I think, $40 on Amazon. Yeah, I have a lot to say on this only because it was a struggle for me. Like, animation was partly the reason I chose to go into animation is because it wasn't immediately easy. Not to say that I'm brilliant at any one given thing. It's just that I could not immediately get to a point where I got the results that I wanted to, and that, for whatever reason, for me, kind of like, ooh, this is exciting for me, right? Like, and it was hard. Animation is a hard thing. It just takes time and practice, right? Because you can learn everything you want to learn about animation, and you can just sit and read the Animator Survival Kit, and that's all the information you need to understand how to do animation. The rest of it is just practice, right? And I like that idea of it. It's kind of like, you can't study for an animation test. The only way to get good at it is to practice it. And for me, that resonates with me because I was never a very good test taker. So I always prefer, if you gave me an option between doing an assignment or taking a test, I would rather do the assignment always, right? Because I can work it, I can evolve it, I can change it, I can keep it growing. Yeah, and so animation will get much better if you have a place to work with instead of trying to imagine everything that you're doing. It's not to say you can't. I've totally imagined most of the animations that I've done for this project, but I know I could have done better if I shot proper reference for it. But again, time constraints, right? So, but as somebody who's learning animation, if you're a student, you should not forego shooting reference. I think it's the quickest. You'll get results the fastest, and it'll keep you motivated to do it. Because if you try to imagine all the animation, you just won't get the results you're looking for, and then you'll probably get discouraged and quit, right? This is the same reason, like, I encourage kids or young people to copy artwork. If you want to become an artist, you should naturally be interested in other artists. You should copy their work. You should absolutely not publish that work until you did it in a way that is taking credit creatively for it, but you can publish it in forums and say, hey, I copied this from so-and-so. What do you guys think? Did I miss? How can I improve my observation skills, right? Same thing in animation. right? Is to look at other people's animation. I flat out just downloaded, ripped full shots from Pixar and just literally copied the animation like frame to frame just to see what they're doing, how they're thinking, right? So a lot of young animators, they hear the word pop, your animation's popping, right? Well, pops aren't bad, right? It's a tool and it can be used in certain places. What people start gravitating to, or your animation feels poppy, it means that it's jittering, right? Whereas using a pop is actually useful. You want to pop your animation when you do a land, when you hit the ground, right? So it pops, right? So I go from a flat shape, straight line here to you can see the S shape kind of forming into the body right now as he kind of accepts the weight of the landing, right? So pops aren't necessarily bad. But for some reason, students always grab onto that and be like, it's popping. It feels very poppy. It's pop, right? Like, well, pops aren't necessarily bad. It can be bad if it's jittering and doing stuff. But if you're doing cartoon animation, you will pop that animation all the time. And basically, so what I'll do for example, when I worked on SpongeBob, when you're like trying to paw at something, do like a rug run or you're quickly pawing on something, you're not actually you're not in betweening all those frames. What you're doing is you're adding a wash. So I have the pose, right? But then I have a whole bunch of extra little limbs that are arms that are shaping the animation. So it feels like it's moving incredibly fast, right? But really I'm just loading 3, 4, 5, 6 different arms and then kind of just lagging them behind like a wash in a cartoon, where you smear the frame. Yep, I had the exact same problem, Zam. Here, let me show you what I think I shown somebody yesterday, and so you'll see what the fidelity of my current rig looks like, right? So you can see this character, okay? He's very low poly. I think my stats right now on him, in terms of objects, faces. So in terms of faces, I have 6,000, just about 6,000 polys. Okay, or when I cut it down to triangles, we got about 8,000 triangles on this thing. Okay. I'll show you this guy that I was working on. This was one of the things for a previous version of the game that I was working on. But you can see the sculpt is, I've normal mapped it. I've painted all the textures. I've gone through and done all the little thingies here. Even did the belly. You don't even see, you're not going to see the belly. You never see the belly, right? Painted out the legs, you know, little bump maps all over the shell, right? It's a scorpion. Animated it, right? Okay. Sculpt, rig, texture, retop. Oh, okay, sculpt, retop, texture, or UV map, retexture, texture, and that was two weeks, right? So I can't do that. It's gonna take too much time. And then you start adding, you can't be precious at every step, right? So if you're gonna learn rigging, learn it to the point where you can get to the things that you basically want to get to, and then you kind of get better at it as you start different projects and try to rig different characters, right? So no, the scorpion isn't going to be in the game. This was the scorpion was from a different game that I was working on. Here, I'll show you some of this stuff because I'm just to demonstrate that like I abandon things quite regularly, right? Like, so this is let's see, the idle. right? So this was part of its. What is now? Yeah, so this is part of a project. It was a 2D, well, not 2D. It was a side scroller game that we were making, but it was a remake of an old game, an old 8-bit game. But like I said, like 2 weeks just to get the sculpt, the retop, the rig. That didn't even include the animation. So by the end of it, would basically take about a month to do everything, and that would take just freaking forever. That would mean I would be able to produce one animated character per month when I need 25 of them. So that's just character animation, rigging, all that other shit, right? So 2 years for 20 characters? Bad math, right? You're not going to get anything done at that rate. All right, so we had to cut corners. I had to go buy assets. And so all this long-winded to say potentially is to, learn the rigging, but you don't have to learn rigging to be an animator. You could always download a rig and then play with rigs that are already made. Like there's some cool Spider-Man rigs and stuff like that. And it's just 3D animation is very much designed to be a group project. Right? And if it's not, you got to find ways to cut corners. So probably not what you want to hear, but it's not to say you can't, because clearly you can. I've learned how to rig and animate all this stuff, but I've been doing it for over 20 years now. So, it's not a fair position to ask everybody else to do any of this stuff, or to say, oh, well, you got 20 years to figure it out. And, if you're a hobbyist, it's okay to go and download some rigs and kind of kit bash the little hobby project for yourself, right? Yeah, you don't have to learn everything. I think downloading a rig and just playing with that will kind of get you into animation. I know everybody's has that ambitious. All artists are kind of ambitious and they want to work with their own things. So it's compromises, right? And I get that feeling, but you'll work towards it, right? But if you're gonna go into art, you just have to remember that art takes a lot of time to get good at and to accomplish anything. It just does. There's no two ways around it. Sam, I stream every day. For the foreseeable future, I'm streaming every single day. So I'm trying to make a game right now, and I have a partner. My younger brother is the coding person, like the programmer. I am doing art as well as a little programming, but for the foreseeable future, at the very least until July, because I'm off work right now until July. I'm gonna stream pretty much every day. Well, every weekday for sure. I'll be streaming. So I'm working on the game during the weekdays, and then occasionally I will stream on the weekend where I'm doing a short film project. Again, for myself, because I'm off work until July, so I have a lot of time just to chill out and do my own thing. So the answer is yes. Feel free to stop by anytime you want. Sounds like you might have some questions. So I've actually started a Discord community. The link's in my my channel description. So if you go to my channel page, you'll be able to find the links to my other socials. Right now it's just Twitch and Discord. But Discord's there. I post my work. I've opened up a little forum for people to post their work if they're looking for feedback. Yeah, I look at everything. My community is very small still right now. I started streaming. This is my 4th week, so I've kind of just started. So as it stands right now, if you want to put stuff in front of me, if you want me to take a look at any of your animation, jump on the Discord, post it up under the little Discord, the forum on the Discord. and I'll take a look at anything you post up. Everybody had some people had some stuff there, so some Roblox animations and some others kind of sharing their socials, right? Their Twitch links and stuff like that, which I don't mind. If you want to share your stuff, I'm trying to build a community of people to share all of the work, and game devs to kind of share our ideas and the stuff we're working on. So sort of the whole point. If we can cross promote each other's socials, that's fantastic. That's good, Zam. I'm hoping to grow the community big enough so that we can actually, you know, do some other things, events and stuff like that. Someone suggested maybe play games and stuff like that. I'm certainly gonna, as I build this game, do play tests on stream and stuff like that. So. All right, sorry guys. I've been hunched over for like 2 hours now. I need to just get to stretch my back. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Try to take breaks every hour or so, just because my back starts to kill after a while. I should get a proper stand-up desk. I think that's going to be my next big investment, or at least furniture investment. Big furniture investment is to get a nice stand-up desk, because sitting and working, it just doesn't under my back and shoulders. Might be just sounding like an old man right now complaining. God damn, making me hunch over to do my job. All right, I'll be back in a second. My back's going. Zoltan Co. Thanks for the follow, bud. Appreciate the support. I gotta stop saying bud. I apologize if anybody's finding that a little bit awkward. It's a very Canadian thing to do. Yeah, well, I think I've used stand-up desks at work. I mean, I kind of they're adjustable desks that they can go up and down. So I do go up and down throughout the day. But I don't know. I think when I'm working with the Cintiq, I just because it's a little bit the view is a little bit more upright. I think it's not so bad. Like the more I'm just trying to reduce any hunching. Just because by the end of the day, my shoulders are like my traps. This big muscle here, or whatever it's traps. They're just they feel I feel like I've been doing shrugs all day, right? Like if I'm hunched over and working, and it just feels my shoulders feel like totally fatigued. And I think a stand-up desk reduces that. So yeah, I'll let you know though when I do get one. If I will eventually get one. I'll let you know if it helps. Nice, dude. I'll check it out for sure. Welcome to the stoop. In case anybody's wondering why I named it the stoop, it was just what we nicknamed my buddy's front porch when I was a kid. And we were all kind of artists, right? My buddy was a musician, and we would just kind of sit there and jam. And his brother was an artist. He's actually working in comic books now. His name was Mike DeMundo, and he works for Marvel. He draws comics for Marvel. At least he did. I don't know if he's still doing that, but and then my buddy actually did some music for Oh, I think he did a try. I think he made some music for Drake. I don't know. But anyways, that was where our little creative little hangout was my buddy's front porch that we ended up nicknaming the stoop. And it was a very creative kind of time in my life. And I thought it would be kind of cool to recreate a community of people that are just creative, just people who are like-minded in their creative endeavors and what they're pursuing. And I think, me personally, I think no matter the art discipline, all art folds on top of itself, right? So learning music teaches you rhythm makes you understand timing better. Understanding timing better helps you become a better animator, right? And understanding how to build timing into an animation. So, for example, you're saying you did like a little judo flip, or maybe that's probably not the right example right now. Like, let's say like a little jump. I'm not doing it in these things because there's a very specific reason. I'm not doing as many little nuances. The reason I don't do it in the game animation is because you don't want the player to have to be stuck without being able to control their player while you capture little nuance animation. It needs to do the action, and the player needs to be able to regain control immediately, right? So when I do a jump, you're not going to do a big 10-frame antic and then jump into the air, right? You hit the button and it's got to pop right into the air, right? So that's why you're not getting as much of it in video game, particularly gameplay animation. But for example, if I was going to do this, I was going to do this as a narrative piece of animation, self-contained, not part of a video game, I would not have his feet just plant immediately, right? I would have a little bit of slipping, and then maybe like a little pitter-patter moment to kind of catch his balance, right? Just so there's a little bit of extra moments, so the right? But that comes from musical timing as well too, right? So it's the same as if you're gonna write a song and you write all your beats on quarter notes, right? It becomes boring. But then you add an eighth note, right? And then it becomes, you just start adding texture, right? And it becomes immediately more interesting because it's not a monotonous bop, 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 right? Adding timing, that's incredibly helpful when it comes to if you want to learn music. So don't be afraid to learn music too, right? Visual arts, obviously painting, drawing, these things are going to be incredibly useful for posing and understanding body mechanics. Heck, I even learned, I don't know how, if baking. I did some baking. I remember when the pandemic kind of kicked off. I started picking up baking. I don't know if that helped, but it certainly kind of kept me calm. And I think it, in a situation when you're an animator, you're not always getting what you want out of your animation, especially when you're creative. So I think when you're baking or something like that, you kind of just get there, right? So it's not going to be perfect, but it's a very similar process, right? You kind of get it, but there's little nuances to baking that you kind of pick up as you do it. Whether it's how you knead the dough, or even cooking in general. I think there's an art, certainly, to cooking, and I think that art does have, maybe not as directly folds back to animating or drawing or any of the other artistic disciplines, but if anything, it's expanding your mind to help you be more patient and have some. Maybe the best thing about cooking was just learning how to have faith in the process again. Yeah, Zam, I'm gonna definitely be posting a lot of the stuff I'm gonna be posting on the Discord is work that I'm doing on stream, as well as stuff that I won't be doing on stream, that necessarily doing on stream too. But I want to try to build as much of a community of the artistic portion of the game, as well as adding gameplay previews and stuff like that as we kind of evolve it. Once we hit little milestones, I think I want to do a different community for the game specifically itself. And I think my younger brother is going to, sorry, it always bothers me to call him my little brother because he's not little, but he's younger. He's actually bigger than me. My younger brother is I think he's toying with the idea of starting to stream his side of the work. So we're thinking of doing potentially collaboration streams as part of our game studio, whatever we decide to call it. And so we'll have our own individual accounts, which feeds the studio account. So this way we can have collaborators, so you can check out his stream, you can check out or check out my stream, and then there might be like an umbrella stream that we collaborate on top of, but I don't know, I feel like they're two different disciplines, so people will kind of pick what they are interested in, but at the same time we're cross-pollinating what we do with our work. So yeah, the reason I say little is just it's in my thing. I call my 15 younger little. Yeah, it's a sibling thing. You like, my older brother still calls me his little brother. I am smaller than him, but like, I'm not younger, not that much younger than him, right? So it's just one of those things you learn is you that's what I called him when he was in fact little, and it just becomes second nature for me to call him my little brother. But I try not to, because I remember when my older brother referred to me as his little brother, or when people were like, "Oh, you're so-and-so's little brother," right? I'm like, no, he's my older brother, right? Why? I don't know. I was a stubborn kid. So Hussar, the reason I've done a dash is simply because if you're because we kind of were talking about the other day with the dodge, you're like, hey, it seems a bit far, and you're right, it does immediately seem a little bit on the far side, but I also have to consider the fact that he's not going to be fighting other humans, right? So the dodge needs to, like as I was going to bed the other night, I'm like, that is true. Why am I doing the dodges so far? Why is my instinct pushing me to make a big dodge? And when I sat down and thought about it some more, I realized that I'm not always going to be fighting humans. Certainly, you don't need to, not even if the guy's swinging a great sword at you. But there's going to be other creatures. Like, for example, I've been concepting and thinking about the Hussar character, or the Hussar bad guy that we want to make. And if you think about the proportions of that, he's going to be atop a horse. He's going to be the horse, and then there's going to be a rider atop of the horse, and he's going to have a giant lance, right? So the jump needs to be enough that we can convincingly move the character out of the way, as well as accommodate for bigger characters. So when I do a dragon, if there's like a dragon tail whip or something like that, or it runs and charges at you and tries to does a tackle of some sort, I want to make sure there's a movement in there, that the dodge movement is big enough that you're going to be able to avoid attacks, visually be able to avoid. Of course, it's not going to be perfect every single time, so we're building in the iframes, but that's, I think, the reasoning that or at least why I instinctually started to make the dashes further. Yeah, I mean, it's the reason for the jump is specifically to clear more distance as possible. if I just sidestep, then I might have to add a few extra steps to get the distance if I have to make a correction later. This, I think, was just a decision to ultimately save me a little bit of time as well, too, by just whoop, just dashing over there. If I had to do little side steps, that's mechanically a little bit more animation. So. This one is currently a private asset. I have plans in order to grow the YouTube channel itself. I'm actually in the process of making a character that you guys can and if for anybody who's interested in animation and following my channel, they can download the rig and go ahead and play with it for free. But if you are looking for awesome rigs, the reality is I'm not that great of a rigger. I'm competent, but I'm not a professional by any measures. So what I would suggest is if you really want a professional rig, Agora. Okay, so this website. This is the Agora website, and they have these rigs are awesome. And they're beautiful, they're well textured. I've actually been working on this character a little bit. I don't know why it's taking into it. Okay, yeah, so this is I really like this character, so I downloaded this one myself, and I'm gonna start doing something. You can see what they've done with it. Beautiful posing, really nice sense of snappy timing as well. Yeah, so these are professional grade rigs. These are exactly what you would be working with, or very close to what you would be working with in a professional studio environment. Yeah, I'm not gonna enlist the audience to make stuff for me. Like I'm gonna share what I make for the audience. If they want to share stuff with the audience or for everybody on the Discord server. So if you're making things, you can share. I made it so you can share links and stuff like that in the forum posts, so that you can share links to rigs and stuff like that if you think they might be useful for people, or if you just just trying to get some exposure as an artist. It can be useful. But yeah, check out Agora. Just Agora. If you Google that, it will take you right to their website. It'll be the first hit. There's a couple of other sites that do. I think the blenders. I think this website. Let me show you. Let me see. Check. I think this site actually has. Yeah, so they have some really great. This is one of their newest one. It's a very well. I don't know if it's the newest. Is it the newest? Oh, it's just compatible with version 2023. Oh, that's not available for Blender yet. Oh, soon. Yeah, so this site has a lot of great. There's even a Spider-Man, like a Miles Morales Spider-Man that they have somewhere here. Lego minifigures. They got blasters, some cool RPG style characters, some anthropomorphic characters, some tools. Where did that really go? Huh. I thought they had the Miles Morales rig. Maybe they moved to it somewhere. got a cool robot as well too. So lots of stuff you can work with. There are tutorials, I believe. Well, maybe not tutorials, but yes, all of these rigs that on Agora are free. And it's a great way to learn how to get set up inside Blender and stuff like that. Like I said, they're professional rigs. They're genuine oh, here it is. These are the ones that are provided by the community. So these are community rigs. And there's your Miles Morales kind of Spider-Man rig right there. Right, so you can do Spider-Man. Oh, it looks like they have an Aang as well. And this is Ash, Wile E. Coyote, Woody, Roadrunner. I mean, there's a little short animation right there between Roadrunner and Coyote, right? And then of course they got Thor. It looks like it's a Chris Hemsworth Thor, and this is Daffy Duck. Yeah, so there's a lot of these are all free, so you know you just can't use them commercially, obviously. But I think Creative Commons license to do something for free, just to do stuff on the internet, yeah, go for it. Ninja Turtles, obviously, and then there's Gru. Naruto. There's some cool rigs here. I didn't even check this out in a while. The 2099 Spider-Man, Deadpool, Bulbasaur. Yeah, there's lots of great cool rigs here. Demon Gargoyle. So if you're checking out, if you're looking for these ones, they're on the Agora website. Just go to the store, rigs and assets, and then between official and contributors at the top here, you can see the different ones that are available. Yeah, so a nice little example of me when I use the graph editor here is that just because the back hits a very, what we call, it hits a wall, right? So you'll hear this term if you get into animation, the back hits a wall here and it just stops. What I want to do is overshoot a little bit, right? And then have it come back as a settle. And so I'm going to overshoot, and that's basically what an overshoot is going to look like in my graph editor here. Once you spend enough time in a graph editor, you start understanding what all these little arcs are going to end up doing, especially because you've already built the pose, so you know how to overshoot it. You know, this is where I want to get to, right? So this is the pose that I'm trying to get to, right? And this is these two frames here are my overshoots, and then the settle. I could probably actually just do one frame overshoot by one frame. It just gives it that little extra settle now, see? That's too quick. Yeah, you can see that popping shield right there. It goes with wop, wop, like a little bird flap right here. That's stuff I can clean out right away. You can see how it's visually displayed in the graph editor right here. Okay, so you have, this is where the bird flap happens, right? And I can tell because these keys are kind of out of alignment with these keys. So I'm just telling me something dramatic is happening here that I probably don't want to happen here. So in this event, I could probably just go here, delete these keys. I might have to tweak them a little bit, but that cleans out that motion a bit. something else there. We look in the left viewport, pop, right here. I think he's coming from the shoulder. Yep. That cleans it up a little bit more. I have not used the animation layers add-on yet. It's interesting. I used animation layers all the time in Maya. Um, no, I haven't tried it in Blender yet. I know there's some animation blending using the NLA, I think. I have, again, I don't, the only reason I'm using the NLA for this, I'm not even really using the NLA for this, is as much as I'm containing all the action, using the action editor, because the export script I have will basically batches all of the separate actions into separate files. But yeah, no, the layering animation is incredibly useful, right? I found it, I use it a lot if I'm doing a performance. So let's say I need a character walking in a shot, right? So I'm gonna load the animation the walk cycle. I'm gonna run the walk cycle, and then as an additional layer, I might kill all the animation on the upper body, maybe keep a little bit in the shoulders or something, but the character will then have this underlying layer of the walk cycle. And then I can add a layer of performance. Using the layer, I can layer in a performance, right? Gesture, so it's walking and talking, so I can work with the hands, add mouth animation, head direction changes, all that other stuff. Even just tweaking up a walk cycle to get more variation out of it is layers can be super useful. It helps organize your workflow as well too, if you're doing a lot of complicated animation. So one thing I ended up doing when I was animating spaceships was basically I would animate like all of the translates, the base ship animation, and then I would break out other layers where I would add guns, like the PDA point defense guns, like that rotate and stuff like that, almost like Gatling guns, like mounted to the ship. The engines that rotate and stuff like that. So I always add those as separate layers, and then I can go and tweak them, retime them, adjust them as I need. It's incredibly powerful for productions, just because you can work in a way that can be non-destructive, I guess. Well, that is if the layers add-on works the same as the way Maya does animation layers, then I would say it's incredibly useful, or it can be incredibly useful. Thanks for tuning in again, Hussar. Appreciate you. Have a great night, dude. Okay. Probably could use a little bit of polish, but I'm pretty satisfied with that. So, dashes are done. Okay, let's call it a day. All right, looks like I got what I wanted to get done today. So tomorrow's plan is okay, I got to do the shield raise. Maybe I can do that after. Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. Okay. So tomorrow I'm going to start with the combo attack. So a light combo. So 3 strikes, 2 swings, and a finishing attack. Thanks, Sam. Yeah. So I'm gonna call it a day. That's I'm gonna end my stream here. But yeah, anytime you wanna pop by, say hi. I enjoyed your visit today. You got any questions for me? Free me to shoot me a line on Discord or jump into the stream, whatever you're fancying. All right, dude. Thanks for tuning in, bud. Thanks for the support. Have a great one.